Alrighty, there we go. Okay. Sorry about we're starting to stream like very late. I had to do other personal things real quick. So I think I'll stream up till 8 p.m. And I just gotta get the camera set to a different direction. Alright, I guess. Oh wait, I remember now. I think I was still erasing this part. Yeah. Just adjusting. Hello, Schmuckleberry. How's it going? Yeah, I ended up streaming late because there was something I had to do real quick. But, anywho, I guess I'll be streaming until 8, so that's cool. Usually the weekends are great anyhow for streaming. Wait, what's that GIF? Oh, okay. I'm drawing a little sci-fi horror again. Ooh. And what's that? You know, most of the GIFs are like, super small. Crawfish. That's what it looks like. LOL. I mean, which part? Out of curiosity. I decided to just draw a scalpel blade in her arm right here. So I'm just like moving around and stuff. Yeah, but she's hooked on stuff. Ouch, the blade. Yeah, but also I need to reconsider the size of that blade because it could be a lot bigger actually. Because I'm not sure of the size of his hand. So maybe a tad bigger. Why you gotta be so mean? Well, she's being tortured. She's being experimented on. Because she's an alien. We want to unlock the genes. Yeah, this is totally fine. This size, yes. Totally fine, just sticking out. Oh, like in high school? I mean, not really. I mean, I did try to, whenever I'm in school, I did try to stay in the PG sides of things, but if I'm at home, I'm kind of like, I kind of can do whatever I want restrictions wise, but yeah. I mean, not that much in high school. Pretty much, I think I had to like, yeah, at that time I was like, the only thing I get to have like mostly free time was on like Friday and Saturday. Because I usually put the homework stuff on the side until Sunday. But I don't know, since like after high school I'm mostly been proactive on things since. It's just that I just didn't like doing high school homework period. But I did have some high school art classes. But they were just generic. I got in trouble for drawing guns. Oh, interesting. Have you tried to minimalize it, like more like a stick figure? Like just two sticks and a stick figure holding a gun? Oh, that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. The most minimalistic stick figure ever. And then I can actually make the weapon super cool by getting a sharp blade. And also have like some kind of weird giant skull. Now it's a super weapon. To do multiple things. My study hall teacher would say. Well, basically, you could say why you're drawing guns. Well, say, well, because I'm actually practicing how to draw them. So, because what if I get hired in the studio one day, who needs um, weapon assets for a story, and you can just interpret it that way. Because why else these movies make money, often, because they hire certain things. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out other words you could say, but public school is public school. We're too old fashioned. Anything that it goes under like high school under, if you're under 18, we're most likely going to treat every single drawing like no under 18-year-old should draw guns, even if they were trying to practice portfolio. They should be kids staring at the sunshine and rainbows. I don't care if they're 17 years old. We're totally not going through puberty. We're just childs. Weapon specialists. Yeah, I think there is a role for a weapon specialist for sure. Somewhere in the studio. But I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, if you like to draw weapons, just do it outside of high school. It's just that high school like hours. We can't really pin you on that stuff. But then, yeah, never mind. Man, what's the temperature outside? I feel like I'm boiling a little bit. It's probably because my laundry's active. Temperature. Oh god, it's 72 degrees, man. Fuck. Um, you know what? I think I'm gonna turn on my AC just for a little bit. For like my little thing over there. And I'll just use some ice and get there. And yeah, I'll be right back real quick. Getting a little humid. Alrighty, I am back. Watch, I'll get cold like real fast. this? The Super Kitty on steroids. Yes. I will achieve ultimate power. Oh yeah, a couple days ago, I found an interesting meme, but I didn't. But it existed around December, but I never received it until like a couple days ago. Some person named Super Scott meme, which I find the animation somehow was like, well, the explosion of it was it's kind of cool, but it's kind of weird at the same time. So it has I have a bunch of mixed feelings on that one, but Super Scott sounds like it had an interesting lore. I think I can. Let me see. No. Nope. I'm just gonna remember that. We don't need that. Nope. you look at 2D animation characters, there's so much backstory as well if you want to. Well, I could, but I do have other ideas too as well. But I do also find it would be much more interesting as a sequential perspective too, as well. But I also have like other 3D stuff to do or work on as well. I could also storyboard things, but I'm also kind of like putting pieces and scenarios over there, so they do all connect. Um, so far in my past drawings. what's his work about? Pretty much this an alien technically being tortured for experimentation for private reasons. Some kind of like private sci-fi stuff going on. And I did, yeah, and I did drew her like on the path, which is like one of my recurring characters that I kind of had for a separate war scenario. But if you do check out like at least for a little bit around my Instagram, you do see kind of like some of her moments I have her around there and there. It's cool. Have you ever shown your friends into your art? Oh yeah, I did. But well, back in high school, that's like well, oh, do you mean college? Because of course, definitely for sure. But high school, I think it was different. I think I was like the early stage of art, so there was not really that much to show. But college, yes, definitely for sure, because we have to, because it was an assignment. Yeah, because when you say the word school, I think of like public school education, but if you mention college, then I'll talk about college. Just, but sometimes I gotta forget that some people sometimes call it school college, because it is another form of education, but it's paid education, so it's like more like pristine. Put that down. Totally remember. In the future, I want to make an animation about a character with some potential. Oh, cool. What kind of potential we're talking about? Like, superpower, like more traditional superpowered superhero thing, or just a specific talent you have in mind? I haven't really thought about it. Okay. I work in marketing graphic design. I don't know much about animation. I do know one guy who worked on One Piece for a while though. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know that much in the animation industry, but I know there's some things that goes into whatever things. But I did talk to some my some of the classmates I had that was had an animation major and stuff. So what's up? And then I get some point of views that some animators believe that 2D animation is hard, or other way around, 3D animation is hard. So I guess it depends on many factors. But I know for sure for 2D you have to do like a lot of drawings for sure. And also have to like some kind of consistent style to make everything easier or your life easier. So don't draw any rigid like shapes. But to be honest, I'm more was like more into like the 3D animation side of thing, but that was only like a slight thing for animation cycles for games specifically, but not as like a full on like a linear animation for 2 minutes. Hell no, I'm not gonna do that. But it's enough. I'll do enough like for gaming, of course, because that's my thing. But also I got into like comic art styles too, so or much more of a cartoonish or slightly fantasy stuff. So as long as in around the region area, I feel like I can still sequentially story um, that stuff out, but also have fun making a game out of it. But yeah, 2D animation, yeah, I believe it's too tough in my opinion because it's like you do a lot of drawings on steroids, and plus your concept art has to be very specifically proficient. I mean, I'm not talking about like you actually have to good art style. Forget about art style. Just throw that out of the window for a second because it's most likely that um, as long as the designs itself and draw shapes are very easy enough to animate and it doesn't take too much time on every frame, then then that's kind of more like the concept style guide for those kind of stuff. Because usually most 2D animations would avoid super rigid line art stuff if it's moving along. Like for example, for this fur over here, this would not be pretty much acceptable for 2D animation too much, because there's no like certain smooth conditions to get that rolling around. But I would say it would be possible, but it would be so much time consuming. Like it would be like completely wasted time to try to animate that. So you also have to be careful what kind of styles you go for that too. So there's like a lot of things in there. So ice cream. If you do have ideas, if you want to do some animations, maybe research some concept art stuff that's related to your favorite animation shows. Maybe that can help you. Unless you're doing 3D, then slightly different story, but yeah. But you also absolutely have to learn how to write too. So yeah. Or motion graphics is way easier. Also AI. Yeah, that's true. AI could do things. Could do things. But they would need but AI is more of a copycatter source material ish, because the only way to get that thing trained to do it proficiently, it needs a lot of data, and also I would have probably have to like, if I were to create my own language model, I would have to draw probably certain variant stuff with it, or give it, or try to find more information that to helps to make the art style easier, because it only reads and copy and paste like a computer. It doesn't actually critical think on its own, so because most of the time it's going to blur stuff if it's not trained properly. Yeah, but motion graphics definitely for sure. Yeah, you're right about motion graphics, because there's like a lot of hair movement and stuff, but that's for 3D stuff. And if you do get like a cartoon shade to that to style frames and that, yeah, fans and AI in between, I think. Yeah, but it's easier to train if it's like 3D per image per frame, because there's so much image per frame that's being rendered out from the film itself. Then if you can apply it to the AI to have it trained for that. But yeah, style frames, yeah, that's true. Well, if anyone would plan to use AI, I would suggest like to just make sure the image source that you get is not is legally safe, but not really like not using copyrighted materials, of course. But if you ever want to use your own materials just for your own reasons, then that's still safe technically, because it's your own work, using your own work for yourself. Well, so I know the reason why those type of things existed. It's for more like one of those big studio industries that would most likely would need those just to speed run progression done if we're working on like a giant film or something, just to save cost and budget. which inevitably they will become better at every each year. So there's that. Yeah, I think Japan 38% of animation studios make profit. The rest are in debt or losing money. So copyright issue aside, I get it. Yeah. The animation is going to be like Dragon Ball characters, but going to have some potential powers and parents can build a war and then found that it's taken under his wing. Oh, alright. I'm trying to think. I also did a personality chart before, but it was based off someone's template in Dungeons and Dragons. But then I ended up tearing that apart and then building it as a text diagram. So then sometimes when I um, in case if I want to play experimentations with my with sometimes with private AI tools, I can support references of what kind of stuff I've written down and have it just pretend or just role play just for a little bit, just to get some like jots and see what it would do sometimes. And then it's also kind of fun to make the AI to pretend it's one of your characters too. Because all you do, the private AI that I would use, but I haven't used it like in 4 months, but it was GPT for all. But yeah, there was a lot of configurations and settings in there. I'm surprised my RTX 3060 can handle that, but it can't handle like large languages, so that's out of the gist. Because the temps will just skyrocket, and even though I have like 64 gigs of RAM, it will just take the whole thing, so I can't do that. Because whatever reason, running a private AI is a RAM hog user. Because the moment if I try to launch that, it would just take up like 32 gigs of RAM. Yeah, so thank goodness I got 64 gigs of RAM. So at least I can just like do my own research and stuff like that. Locally in the long term future, I think Nvidia can't work that hard. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, but I think Nvidia did also have some luck involved to getting involved into the AI industry and stuff. Because eventually there's going to be other competition that arise. Because not many people can afford better or even upgradable hardware, and someone's gonna find a workaround to make it cheaper and easier. Because don't forget, in the beginning, having a game engine and all that stuff, like back then, Unreal Engine used to cost like $1 million. In AI, and I think it's kind of happening the same thing with AI too. But usually game engines usually were like millions of dollars, and it was only for exclusive license to corporate. But then over the years, things got a bit cheaper, and more stuff became available to the public. And then when Unreal Engine 4 went around, they decided to make the thing for free because they have this own monetization and stuff. So, and then back then also Maya used to be way expensive than it is, but it's still expensive. Like, still like it's almost like $250 a month. but that's still expensive. But now we got blenders, so now things are getting cheaper too for that. So you don't really have to use like super heavy hardware anymore if it's cheap enough just to be affordable at home. But for at the moment, most AI stuff are probably in like the expensive range. So like for most consumers can have, or at least not have that much luxury to have a private AI at home. But at some point, probably in the deep future, things will be cheap and people will have stuff for free, most likely. Because I think the Jurassic Park movie with the T-Rex and Maya, that was like millions of dollars put in that investment for that. The older Jurassic Park movies with some CGI motion, but that was like very early stages. And the T-Rex model was still like so huge, it was lagging the whole software anyhow. But that was like old stuff, ancient hardware. Short term, server based, long term wise, yeah, it would be cheaper for a household item. Yep. I agree. All right, where was I with this? Because I got interested in the conversation we were having. Let's see. And I think my allergies are kicking in a little bit, so I'll be right back. I've got to blow my nose. Spooky. Alright. Yes, the offline music is creepy. Yeah. Oh, that was inspired from the whole classic DVD bouncing thing, so. I'm gonna miss DVDs a lot. Yeah, because physical media is going away this year. Definitely. This is the year that physical media dies. So, because tomorrow Sony's gonna stop making Blu-rays. So there's that. But but there's still other smaller businesses that still sells like DVDs that you can burn. But Sony is no longer going to make production for that. So yeah, and I'm not sure if Sonic 3 is going to be released in DVD or Blu-ray. They haven't announced that. So most likely this year will be like, yeah, not that much games or anything because if they're in physical copy, so yeah, so it's like a turning point. Because face it, if PS5 games are still going on, if then Sony's just like ending Blu-rays, that tells you something that any point further from the next PS5 games, I bet you anything, probably not GTA 6 is probably not going to get a physical copy. I bet you anything for PlayStation because they're not doing Blu-rays anymore. So, and for the people who like, PS5 has like, you have to buy an external drive for like a deep like a Blu-ray DVD inserts that costs like an extension for $70. So that's like insane. And it has become pointless. Well, yeah, PS5 Plus. Yeah. Well, I thought for a second if you were talking about the PlayStation Plus, I call that like a subscription model. I mean, it was a subscription model, but now it fully bleeds in just for games and not for online stuff anymore. Yeah. And I got really upset when they raised the essential for like from $60 to 80. So I was like, you know what? I'm done. So uh, goodbye console multiplayer. I'm just gonna use PC for free for multiplayer if there's any games on there. Well, if there's any single player games, then I'll still may consider the console. But yeah. I want to play multiplayer for free, so what's the price I get? At least I won't be charged every year for just playing online. I gotta take a look at this. Oh well, I'm not sure what to feel about that. Yeah. And I barely don't buy anything on like on Amazon to have a digital DVD or something, but I still have my DVDs and Blu-rays. I mean, I did got the whole John Wick series from 1 through 4 on Blu-ray, so yeah. But probably I'm not sure how Best Buy's gonna sell digital releases for movies, but I'm not sure how that's gonna be done. It's probably gonna be all nope, it's on a service. So because what's gonna be a suck of that if you can't buy your own like pure ownership of that digital copy, and so you can make like a backup on it, like in case you want to burn it on a DVD. There's no way in hell to do that if you bought it on a streaming service like on like Amazon or something. You know what's funny? This around December I think or November, Alien Romulus released a VHS limited time special, so that was a interesting throwback. I mean, I do still have my some of my VHS stuff when I was a kid, even the Shrek VHS one, but that's the only Shrek movie I had. And then there's a VHS on the 2002 Hulk, where the Hulk actually gets bigger when he gets angrier. I have that on VHS. And sometimes I do love the DVD main menu stuff too, because they're always interesting. Especially at the Star Wars one, if you got like the special DVD editions, those were cool. And also the Spider-Man 2 Sam Raimi intros too, for the main menu. I'm originally from Hong Kong. Anyone didn't know, but I do notice there's a lot of nostalgic thing going on for the West PS3 VHS. Not so much in Hong Kong. Oh, interesting. But it also depends. What have been mostly watching for, mostly, or it depends on the how interested they are. So I don't know. Some people are fine just having subscriptions the rest of their life, or some people are fine with just DVDs and not VHS. And there's pretty much it depends on choices and stuff and how they're born and raised. My director is senior motion guy loves to make things in old tech. Oh, cool. What kind of tech? Ice cream is masking a showing. I like lowering frame rates, adding gauges, etc. In the design. Oh, Has anyone heard of the that one other meme called Super Scott? I think it's like I'm not sure is that show like some Super Scott? Yeah, if you Google him, he's like some kind of like it's he's one of those fallen heroes villains, but it was much more like a it was kind of breaking the third wall, but not the fourth wall. But it was much more about like this one creator has his superheroes coming to life, but then one of them wanted it to like break from their own origin story and just start going like insane. But I don't know that much about the show, but I did a little bit digging because I was kind of interested what was going on, but yet the designs were kind of a little goofy. But it was also a kids show, but had some dark elements. I was like, oh, I haven't seen a kids show with dark elements quite a long time, so that is interesting. Because usually most dark elements for kids shows were around like the 2000s. So I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, some like Mega Mind vibe. Yeah, pretty much. Man, I love the Mega Mind movie itself. I had no idea whose brains did the second one. That's like I don't want to. I want to pretend the second one does not exist. Oh, my room got dark. I didn't realize it. Let me just fix the lighting real quick. There we go. Lighting's fixed. Yeah, but the explosion animation for that Super Scott punch was like, whoa, and that bridge was like super held well. I'm sure that was fun in making that. But it's kind of funny his name is Super Scott because it also reminds me of like Charmin Ultra Strong or Scott toilet paper. Yeah, it is recent. I think it blew up in December, but I didn't never heard of it until 2 days ago. I'm watching True, and I get what you mean, but I don't know because there's so many anime fans around. Yeah, I think that if they're trying to win, they were trying to win that fan base. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do get why the hairstyle of those superheroes were that way, but I wasn't that much a huge fan of their hairstyle from that show where Super Scott was, but for the super comic characters. But I get the intention why their hairstyles like that. Just try to be nostalgic of the classic retro superhero archetype of appearance and looks. So it does make sense why they look like that way, and especially the hair doo doo. I think the hair is a mistake. Yeah, I do agree because it takes off the seriousness off a lot. But I do get why they went through to that design choice because they were trying to make it look like the characters look very retro, like for superhero kind of style, but that kind of like loses seriousness with the hair too as well. So because I think they went a little bit overboard with the hair, to be honest. Especially with the dude with the glasses. I mean, I understand that he was from a his origins was from a kid doodle, then he was turned into a concept art. But the glasses just makes it not as much intimidating. It just looks like a meme. Because at first, I thought when I first watched it, I thought that whole video was just a meme. But then I looked it up; it was actually a show. But the story was kind of a little bit interesting about Super Scott. But the rest, I was like, eh, because I think yeah, it was more like a meme. But what's getting me is about the I think they should have done more if they wanted to do more deep story lore, they should just make a story only about Super Scott mostly. But the rest of it was like okay, but they're all like but what's driving me to see much more interesting about the show is just specifically about Super Scott's existence. But the rest of it can go to the gutter. Yeah, because to me the art style had like a much more of a meme look. So it could be possible they were trying to appeal to those very younger audiences who see a lot of stuff on TikTok. But then again, I still think Super Scott kind of reminds me of like a toilet brand. Maybe too harsh of an opinion because the animation's pretty. Oh yeah, the animations is definitely good. I can say that because yeah, VFX and was like really good. And it's just that the marketing material, like the poster, looks cheaper than knockoff. Yeah, it looks very cheap. I agree on that. And you know what kind of frustrates me? Because when they use 2D art styles sometimes as a flashback or a special thing, but then when they go back to 3D, they both look nothing alike. Because the 3D art style is like not even trying to get it close enough, or especially trying to experiment with modern technology to get to closer to like at least like a 2D shader or something. And they just kept with the traditional 2000s and 2010s 3D, somewhat half cooked Disney art style, but not really. But I kind of did wish they spent a bit more time on the art style. Yeah, it's the same level for 3D. Like Spider-Man Across the Universe. Well, that one started that whole art style thing. But it would be nice if they kind of have like try to add on their own iteration of it. But I can see the problem that not many people would try to figure out that stuff because that art style is much more oriented to like if you have like the cinema budget for it to do that kind of research and apply it to workers. But then if you're given to like a limited budget, there's so much you can do. You can't. Back to AI. Yep, back to AI. Oh, budget problem? Oh, don't worry. Your AI will take care of it. Oh shit, it drew 7 fingers. That joke will be a long joke for now until like 4 years later. Because I do know some LLMs do draw proportions correctly. It's just most of them just don't have enough information to do it. Yeah, thank you, Elon Musk. To be honest, here's what I think of Elon Musk. He's like the 21st century version of Thomas Edison. And if you don't understand that, basically think of Elon Musk in the who you think who invented the light bulb, because technically, in a way, he is Thomas Edison, because if you look at his actual history, Thomas Edison technically did not invent jack shit. He just took people's ideas and just like bought it and just published it and claimed it was his own as a company. Because there was a lot of yes, there was a lot of research that did invent some of the light bulb and stuff, but he wasn't the direct inventor. He was more like the businessman that makes the money and just slaps his name on it. Because there's other scientists that worked on it who basically got more better ideas what to do with the with electricity and stuff like that for AC. Steve Jobs played the orchestra, and you're a good and you're a good musician, pretty much. I didn't think I think I kind of did finish the chair over here, a little bit over here, just for most of the bodies. I gotta hide my line too for now, just see a little bit of a rough sketch. Because I did change a couple of things around. Or actually, some things around. I still haven't figured out where this wire should go, but it's just hanging there. So I could do it over here. Well, I can make it seems like it just poaching around here, then it goes back around to this machine over here. Yeah, we'll do it that way. We'll play make believe. Totally, these wires make sense. We're gonna go somewhere. Try to avoid bending the chair with the edge, I think. True. Oh, yeah. Well, for that, I think this, yeah, this is on like a separate layer, so in case I goof up or something, I can always do that. I just want to add a little bit of curl to it. Yeah, you know what? I think the most thing I change is from the rough and the final here is the chair itself, because I think the rough was just like something over there, but then kind of changing how the way it looks over there too. So pretty much, I'm just going off the record a little bit here, but it's fine. Things change, always does. I mean, you're like, I think there's other things going on here, but the background will be just like, kind of like, have some focal point blur there, so I won't stress too much about the lines because that's probably going to get obliterated. You know what? Sometimes, whenever I draw, sometimes wires or stuff like that, I keep thinking of like, since I simplified them to sometimes like this, I think of like those crazy straws. I would expand that canvas a little bit and maybe too crowded. Maybe that's what you're after. Maybe, but then I have to be a little bit close up here. Which if I do, let's see. Well, let's save first before I do anything drastic. Well then, if I do zoom that out, then as things get zoomed out over here, you'll get some loss of details in the close up here. So, because the only intention if anything was detailed like this, if the canvas itself is huge. And plus, I think I have one of them on a golden ratio, or unless didn't I have that? I think I did in my other older files, but yeah. But some of them are just like the thumbnails that I had through. It has like some already golden ratio already lined up for that too, so it depends. I think I could see your other window, or is it just your flip through thing for window? I can't. Oh, do you mean my other monitor? Yeah, I have. If you this one is the drawing tablet monitor, and then I have just two of them. So in a way, it's behaving like there's three monitors. Oh, sorry, I thought you were showing me something. Oh, no, I'm good. I mean, if you do want to see the other thumbnails I had, that's fine. I'm deciding if I want to zoom this out a little bit or not. Let's see how it well, I'm gonna re-cancel this. Then I'll just hit OK, and then I can go back and forth and debate in my head. Okay, that's something to think about. Are you making the story or? Oh, for this one's more like if some stuff I want to put in Redbubble and stuff. But for now, I think I'm on like my 20th one, so I think I have like 11 more to go. And after that, pretty much I could show on the Redbubble stuff because currently I do have 28 total designs on there, but probably by the time when I'm done with this, I probably would have like added 58 or more, so that would be plenty enough, and then I can just focus on other things like some other concept art ideas for a different game I have in mind. look for the export so far. I mean, for that, that's just, and plus, I also kind of want to find an excuse to just to, try to do everything in Clip Studio without hybriding too much. And yeah, some of this is just loading. But I do have others around here. But then I did start with solo colors a little bit, and then I kind of brought back the colors in gradually. Oh, especially then I did play around with this a little bit. But this is before I made the that other brush strokes I did for cross hatching. So there's that. There's also that too. So let's see. Oh, no, that's just the sketches. I want to export some of that. What's different here? Oh, yep, there it is. Let me just close that out. So, yeah, because I think I sketched these around September, but then I came down to like, all right, which thumbnails did I like the most, and I'll just do them. Stuff like that. So this one, the horizontal, I was tied in with 3 different ones, because that's kind of conflict, because I did love how the perspective was going around here. That was like more like a skyscraper stuff. Yeah, here's stuff, and I also did over here. So, no, I think this just did slightly change. Oh yeah, it definitely changed the way I kind of shipped this a little bit, maybe. I think I'll leave it as is for now. Well, let's see if I get done with the line work first before I expand that. And the next one I'm going to do is some kind of like rhinoceros here. Let's make it more bony and fleshy. Oh, and then, yeah, this one over here. Yeah, we're gonna do stuff like that. This one too. Yeah, this is like one of the abominations I made, like some kind of like weird creature here. And then what crazy idea did to have it start off as a tadpole, then it grows up into this monstrosity. Oh, and this one there too. Yeah, sketching can be fun because you're just going through clips, so you're not just really just going it just to be detailed, you're just going it for the ideas. Weirdly, that cute monster. Oh, yeah. Because it has like a creepy death stare. And it kind of reminded me a little bit of a sheep from Minecraft. Alrighty. Let's just say she was, I'm not sure if that thing's a he or she yet, but it could be genderless, who knows. Because that was basically, I had some more idea if Molly had, like, her own, like, custom modified pet that she saved up over the years just for her, expenses and investment just to create her own creature and stuff like that. And then what it came out of it is just, like from the pet store, it just, after this embryo and hatch, it just looks very weird like, but then it's kind of creepy. It's in mixtures too, like a bunch of predator DNA, but also like different type of like teaching argues. But then it's also an omnivore somehow. It's almost like when you play with Gen X too much, you create a Pokemon. Yeah, that guy is creepier. Oh yeah, I think he got creepier over time. I mean, here's an order sketch that I had that I'm using for reference, just to because I don't have it really. I mean, I did have some kind of like character sheet, but it was like not as much in group detail. So eventually, at some point, I do want to make a character turner off of this guy and have it more proper as I refine him much further every time when I draw him. Because this is like an older thumbnail that I did almost a year ago. And it's somewhat, since her eyes are kind of like that, because it was stabbed through the needle. So it's much more up to this particular moment. Which basically, he has a, basically a self-aware, kind of almost like a robot thing, but the type of AI it is, basically he cloned his consciousness into this thing. So now it's just basically, it's a copy of his, conscious right here. But eventually, um, he ended up turning into his own personality to based off the copy of this dude. And he just in this thing just started thinking he's the superior version of him. Well, I could put his back. I was gonna put it maybe over here, but then well, we'll see. We'll just do a little bit. So we'll see. So what's the goal of this? Basically, the goal of this is this one will be well, most of them I've been doing will be more like a poster or a t-shirt, but if lucky, if I do like to have a black and white line art going, then it'll be like a separate version copy of this. But most likely, most of these designs are basically kind of like pieces of how the mood is, and most likely I just like the let the audience guess to figure out what's going on, but then I don't want to kind of share too much yet because there's some things I may change in the future. So let's consider this as also another form of just concepting dramatic moments, the dynamic moments. I'm drawing a comic at the moment, but I also have someone also drawing. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's always good to draw and then talk with someone. It kind of also be able to interact with someone too. But most of the time, if I whenever I just do creative stuff off stream, I'll ever just listen to like some YouTube videos on while we listen as background. Oops. So to say, just on like in case I want to see anything like the news or anything interesting lately going on in the world. But also, I do also play music from the SoundCloud. But I recently I found a bunch of playlists to just to listen to a bunch of Shadow the Hedgehog music. Can relate. Oh yeah, for sure. But it's totally normal to isolate myself and just go to just be creative because I do enough talking when I do my part-time job, especially with customer service. And to me, doing at least streams in one of the 2 days a week is much more affordable since I'm not using my internet too much on that because I know streaming double is like expensive. Which I did manage to find a plugin on OBS to do double streams on YouTube and Twitch. Because sometimes on other days, YouTube's more active than Twitch, and then on the other days, Twitch is just more active and YouTube's just crickets. Benefit of being a salary man. Yep. But for whatever reason, lately, my reels has been performing better on Instagram than YouTube. But back during the summer, it was the opposite. Like Instagram didn't like my reels, but my YouTube did. But now it's flip flopped. But the one that's oddly that kind of did slightly got more gain more views from the other shorts that I did 2 days ago. It was just more of the stream highlight clip moment that someone wanted to do monologuing on YouTube. And then some strange reason that got 400 views and 15 likes. And if you look back over September, YouTube did it justice on my random face library poses shorts. But for whatever reason, that clip just got like the same amount of views as the September one. So I was like, what? And that was not that much effort because all it is just a social conversation. So I was like, wow. But algorithms is just the algorithm. So who knows? So every once in a while, I just decided to like, you know what? Every 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I'm just gonna batch my anything I can compile to social media and just throw stuff up that can just be inactive for 2 or 3 weeks, and then I'll just be like, all right, I'll just generate some shorts and videos, so I don't have to worry about actively pushing social media like a crazy person, like every single cent that I make, and just basically wait until the trash is big enough just to throw it like nuclear missiles. And sometimes it just jitters up the algorithm a bit to make it look like, oh, is this dude active? He's making like a lot of stuff all at once. Maybe? And never mind. Yeah, I would do something. Yeah, totally for sure. And the reason why I had to like decide to do monthly social media posts, it's because that's not only I'm doing a lot of things too, but I also have like let's see, I'm running 5 or 6 social medias from different variants that has more popular, higher chance of my work being shown. So what I'm doing is basically just create some templates just to really just push that out. I saw some artists who are doing really good and got 1K followers on Instagram. Oh, cool. Yeah. But I've seen some artists are really good, but then around like 700 followers too as well. But sometimes, whatever reason, you got like, I mean, to be honest, I think the social media number thing is just a random luck of chance, and it kind of doesn't matter at that standpoint how good the art is or bad it is or amateur it is, because whatever reason, if a group of consumers decides to like something one day, then it gets like the throne for whatever reason. Because I've seen some amateur artists that has like a whopping 40K followers, and they still get a lot of attention, which I find very interesting. And it's probably because not just it's not the style that's being posted, it's probably because more of the way the content's being served. Because that's just art itself is just the visuals. It also has to do with what kind of message you're spreading. Presentation, of course. So it's like that. I like the kind of that think of presentation, like almost like a Mega Mind reference there. It's almost like telling like you're the worst villain ever. What do you have? Presentation. And I find it hilarious that Mega Mind's climax played "Welcome to the Jungle" song. And the funniest thing is that I know that that movie is for like PG, but that music is explicit. So it's much more like but it's kind of interesting. I was surprised that in back in my age, if I even probably looked up the song when I was probably around when Megamind was out in 2009 or probably 2010, I probably wouldn't understand the lyrics of Welcome to the Jungle. I may have to rewatch it. Yeah. Yeah, because if you listen to the full version of Welcome to the Jungle, there's some weird horny noises that dude will say. We'll make horny noises, basically. And he did quote straight, "I want to see you bleed." And that wasn't the first time it was played. I think also Jumanji used that song too. But the song is it's interesting in its own way. Off topic. You can see my can you see my work in Silent Manga Edition? I had honorable mention last round. Is it on Discord? Oh, nice. I don't use Discord Silent Manga Edition. Oh, that. Oh, interesting. Okay. Alright. Let's take a look at this for a little bit. I'm too old for Discord. Oh, I see. No worries. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know where to go with the website. There's like too many things to click. So I think I'll look at this another time, probably like after stream, so I won't get too distracted. But it looks cool, and I can just like pin that. It's poor web design. Oh yeah, for sure. Because it's very like it's very scroll like. There's not really that yeah, there's too much things going on because the thing is, even though it looks visually good, the UX, however, there needs to be like less trying to pull you. Almost like probably maybe like only a few things to see. So I would just say it needs to be a bit more organized, even especially with the categories here or something searching or something. But I haven't I have to really explore what's the website all about. But all right, I don't want to get too distracted. All right. Yeah, I'll remember. Silent Manga Edition. I can just write that down. And then I'll just look it up on my phone. And totally, the phone version is not going to slow down my RAM. My 4 gigs of RAM phone, oh poor thing. With all those image uploading to 4K quality. No, don't have to do it now. Alright. Yeah, is there anything that you want me to look for that you mentioned last round? Yeah, it's just whenever I free time, I'll look it up. I'm just saying the kind of stuff that I do. Oh, yeah, that's fine. But it looks cool website. Just a lot of things to look at. Yeah, but thanks for sharing. Hello, Cafe Dough Zero. How's it going? How is streaming? Oh, streaming good. I think I was right now we're currently just silent mode for like 30 minutes. I was talking for like 2 hours having some conversations with some viewers. But lately YouTube, I mean today YouTube's been active. The last couple streams I did ago were with Twitch, so the activity switched back and forth. I thought I made some interesting fiction connections too. And we'll talk about like other things too, especially with movies and shows, and especially the things going on a little bit in the world. Yeah, right now I'm just doing some black fills over certain areas. Then I'm just gonna use my cross hatching brush that I made and just do some stamps a little bit, my own custom photo bashing on the textures. Oh, I wonder. I'm just gonna do this for now. See what that would look like. Because I know there are people in the dark. Eh, we'll come back around and see them later. Whatever, I could do that, or possibly. Oh, what does half-tone spray look like? Whatever it was to occur. Oh. Okay. What were those? Anyway, that's going a little bit inverted, but you know who Mitsushi is. Usually, I'm not good at remembering names, but I'm good at visually, so. No, not really. But it just seems like there's some Pokemon cards there. So is he like a Pokemon card illustrator? One of the earliest guys who does that. Ah, interesting. Yeah, that one's not bored. Debatable. In the past, I did do some half-tones with these. But this is more like an inverted scenario. So, therefore, a little bit idea. Get rid of that. I'm gonna try some of this here. I'm gonna mask this and see what it looks like. Yes, I'm debating if I ever want to do manual crosshatch on the eyes and do how I traditionally did it in pen from one of sketchbooks, or I can still maybe try the half tone route. Depends how I'm feeling here. Alright, mask that, and then control delete, and then now just try this. Oh god, no. Bit too much. Nah, we're just gonna go manual on that one. Nope. Too much dots. Nope. I'm just gonna. And then last week, I thought you may be interested. Not a Pokemon guy myself. Oh, yeah, for Pokemon, I did like Pokemon still, but I think the last major Pokemon game I played was um, when it was Generation 5. It had black and white versions. I think there were also black and white version too. And I did play but I did play a little bit of Generation 6 in 11th grade but it was more of the ON remake. But anything over Generation 5, that's I don't know those Pokemon's that much from that, but mostly I did spend most of my childhood time with the Sinnoh region Pokemons. But I haven't played a Pokemon game in quite a long time. I still hold the DS stuff. Oh yeah, and I do have Pokemon Soul Silver, but that one, I think somehow I managed to intentionally broke the watch, where I attempted to try to transfer one of my Pokemons in the middle of the stopwatch thing, and then I intentionally just shut off the thing to see what happened, and I broke the watch because I was trying to communicate like it thinks like the Pokemon was transferred there, but not really. So there was no way to export the Pokemon. So that Pokemon was kind of stuck there. So I did that intentionally. So now that Pokemon's trapped there. But then one day the battery went out, and then he's dead forever. I think I did that with the second generation. Oh yeah. But then now there's Pokemon Go that kind of reinvent the wheel with the stopwatch Pokemon thing, where you just run with the with your Pokemon all in game level XP and stuff. I know people still do Pokemon Go. Yeah. I mean, I used to, but then the app became like a super battery hog on my phone, so I just couldn't play it anymore. And plus, I would have to like walk around a lot. I wouldn't want to do that. But I do know people do cheat on there by just like traveling to like the opposite side of the world by just spoofing the VPN and stuff. Or add a mod to have like a control hack where you control where your character goes and teleports, so you don't have to like capture like wait for capture certain Pokemon to travel to different areas just to get it like a legendary or something or whatever event you want to do. doing the hatching, yes. I mean, there's some parts I would have to do it manually, just to get a certain mood going. But for some of these that I made with brushes, that once I get everything all black filled, I can easily just do on some of these with careful masking and stuff like that, and certain pressure. I can start kind of wiping some stuff around and kind of get that anti cross hatching going. But also, it depends on the placement too, because the bigger the brush, and it'll just take over that. So I'm still using Wacom Inches for. Yeah. My tablet's a human, then you can just do something like that. But it's much more easier to look better when you have the mask around, because you don't have to worry about splattering all over the place. That's good. Thank you. Yeah, you can also press the thing like that, and it'll kind of scrape it a little bit, and it looks like it's kind of somewhat part of it, and that's to just keep playing around with it. Oh yeah, and the scribble too. So, again, it's kind of like a flip-flop invert thing. And then I got the slightly different one here. And you can blend these two to make it almost looks like it's been scribbled on pen. So I just started to create some like easier cross hatching, so I don't have to use my hands too much or stretch that out. You know, that brush can be useful. Huh. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because those brushes that I made, I think I got them when I just doodled on my sketchbook, and then I just took a picture and just extracted it. And this one, the cross-hatching brushes that I made was from, I created the alpha in Painter's Sci, but it was originally meant for when I paint stuff in Substance Painter for 3D. Because on my, for some of my characters' stylized textures, you can see some evidence of half tones and cross-hatching all over the body. And it has like somewhat a little bit of Borderlands inspired. But I mean, as the more brushes as I make, I'm thinking about bundling some of these brushes in this section, just to put it on Gumroad and earn some money off of it. I'm gonna bounce it. Bye, everybody. All right, see you around, ice cream. Thanks for tuning in. Well, yeah, those brushes are a lifesaver. Because usually I would spend long periods of hours on cross-hatching stuff. Or sometimes I may have to take the concept route by just doing super scribbles. Just to kind of like speed up the thing. Hatch like berserk. I don't know. I'm in the middle, like for digitally, the phase of the way I'm doing cross hatching. Probably not that much different when I do traditionally, because of course there's no such thing as like an instant cross hatching in real life. But still, I still do it time to time. Still a human touch. Unless I created a stamp, but then I would have to like put tape all over the drawing itself, and then just stamp my way through. And that's how you would do that, but that also takes time to set that up too. So that would defeat the purpose anyhow. I think I heard of Berserk back when I was like it was 4 years ago, back in 2019. But then um I got I think I watched the bad version was in 2017 with the 3D stuff, but yeah, but I kind of forgotten all about it. But I've seen the Berserk art style, so it's really interesting. I'm not sure if the Netflix has the older ones. I think they only have the 2017 one. No, read, don't watch. Okay. Well, I do know back when I was a teenager, I had plenty of time to stare on my phone or screen on the website and just go explore through Wiki like so many damn time, and it just like go rip through the lore of the whole entire thing. I don't do that much nowadays because time management suddenly exists. But every once in a while, I may go down the rabbit hole, but not too often. Berserk anime is a crime. Well, anime in general. Well, yeah, because I think most animes now are just like, alright, we're just the adaptations of all the books. And it'll be very rare or uncommon if an anime started out as an anime. Because usually now the anime just promotes the book itself. In a cinema level. But I did watch Terminator Zero, which I find the story was, oh, I mean, it was a bit better than the older movie generations, of course. I mean, I can forget about Genesis for sure. Salvation was interesting, but was like a bit late in the game because that should have been the third movie. But Terminator did truly die when after T2. But Terminator Zero kind of like almost reinvent the wheel again, but yet try to make it more like there's two different AIs, but then it kind of like revives how the because I know there was a comic version of Terminator Salvation where they did made at one point Skynet as the good AI near the end of the series, but then that movie Genesis kind of wiped out the existence of the of that whole Salvation timeline ending and pretend the Salvation series never existed. Which Genesis sucks balls. Yeah, pretty much. There's too much. The world has gone lazy. I mean, it is human nature to become lazy in one aspect. Because I know there's way to live a lazy life, but yet intelligently be lazy just to earn a ridiculous amount of money and barely do nothing. How many more Batmans do we need? Yeah, that's true. At that point, he's very an ancient character because I think Superman was in the 30s, so I'm not sure if he's considered public domain yet. Because I'm not sure if Mickey Mouse or Superman's older than which one's older than each other. Because I do know a lot of people get too comfortable the moment they figure something out, and they just stick on it. It has already expired, so yeah. I mean, the Willy Mickey Mouse has been expired, but Disney's interpretation of a modern Mickey Mouse, they own that character design as a copyright. But anything that's really related to the original Mickey Mouse Steam Willy art style, oh, you can do that without getting sued by Disney. Just as long as you don't make the Mickey Mouse that looks closer or a bit similar to the modern Mickey Mouse or the modern shows that they have for Mickey Mouse, and you kind of greenlit, but you have to make it exactly the Steamboat Willie art style Mickey Mouse in order to make sense. Yeah, there's so many indie horror games with Mickey Mouse too. Oh yeah, don't forget about Winnie the Pooh. That went public domain a while back, and it made a horror movie. So Blood Honey, can't forget that one. I mean, Winnie the Pooh, the original story of it is already horror itself already. So it's already been done before the movie itself, because the original interpretation of Winnie the Pooh has a dark origin story behind it at the beginning already in the first place. Because those characters actually represents certain types of form of depression of humanity. Because if you look at Winnie the Pooh's bad eating habits and just the imagination of her over optimistic, and then you got Tigger, and then Eeyore's the super crippling depression person. They all have some form of disabilities. I think Demoron is the same. True. And don't forget about the Pinocchio too. Pinocchio is also the original story of Pinocchio is actually a horror. Oh yeah, Disney was still a nightmare fuel, of course. I'm trying to remember. It was also a different anime that they kind of had. But I'm trying to remember the other character, but he was more like... Ah, I see. I found it. Let me just snip it. I forgot the name of the, of this character, but it's been a while. Some dude, I remember when I was a kid, some dude on the internet made a creepypasta variant of this thing, where it does drag children away and then has some kind of like demon thing where it just eats children. But that's like some person made that on like an internet variant version of this. But I forgot what that movie came from. Yes, Neighbor Tutorial, yeah. Because I remember when I was a kid when I looked up the creepypasta version of this, someone photobashed this and made a creepypasta concept where his eyes would kind of look like more like possessed and demonish. I'm not sure if I can find it on DuckDuckGo, but maybe on Google, since Google kind of had more of a longer history with it. But as I remember it, it was very gory. Alright, I'm about to witness this. Oh god. Yep, okay. I think I found it. Yeah, that was super easy. Forgot how disturbing this thing is. It's like his stomach is like super open and stuff. See how dark that thing is? This is like the evil version of it. And yeah, look at this. I think someone have a brightness version of it. I wonder if we could find more detail on this. Oh no, wait, this is Clip Studio Paint. Why do I need to find an image for that? Or I could just simply just do this. Okay, we can do the brightness just a little bit. See? There's more into it and stuff like that. Yeah. Base melted, man. Sweet juices. People just like to watch nice things get destroyed. I know, right? I mean, to be honest, Sonic.exe was a joke, but lately someone's been reviving it to having different concept of it and having some kind of multiverse going on with Sonic.exe. And there's a Splunky version on top of it. Please give me new IP. Yes, we need new IPs. I'm kind of done with Marvel at this point because I mean, there's some new things like 2000. They kind of created a new villain called Canal for the whole Venom thing. I don't see anything else new other than they're just reusing older characters at that point. And somehow Robert Downey Jr. returned as the Doctor Doom. And we all know the reason why for that, because Disney threw money at him. Marvel's to me after Endgame. Well, yeah, of course, because the original intent was to take it to all the way up to Avengers Endgame, but they never thought about the future after that. So the direction of where the universe was going to go is pretty much dead end, rock bottom at that point, because there's no clear concrete direction after that. So that's why it fell, because they were only playing up to the to Thanos, and that's pretty much it. Because everything was planned, but anything after 2020, nah, it wasn't planned. We're just waiting at this point because they have no idea what to do anymore without Stan Lee. Because I noticed usually if the original creator is no longer consistent or don't have control over IP anymore and they're in a different company, and then whatever those people who are on board control of it doesn't know the original intent because they didn't originally create the idea, they most likely have a high chance just a shitification of it. So in other words, the original creator group that creates the original stuff are very important to use as knowledge as reference to ensure that everything goes right. Because the person who made it knows exactly the source material works. Because they are the one who made it. So. It's almost asking, like, can I recreate Walter Wright's recipe? Yeah, I'm pretty much going hard on the eye. But then me talking just kind of like, and also the social thing, just alleviate the borders and then time to really fly past on it. Good luck on hatching the rest of it. Yeah, I'm not completely hatching the whole thing. I'm just keeping it some to have some reflective going on. But I'm not manually cross-hatching the whole entire thing. But on some occasions I may, just to get like an imprint look. But most of it will be using my brush techniques, so I don't have to spend too much time with it. It's just that I feel like for the eye specifically, I had to do it. Because sometimes in this world, sometimes you just gotta go slow, and sometimes you just gotta go fast at certain points. Because you don't want to spend too much long on a certain piece or projects. That's called scoping. It's mediated though. True, but that is a little bit some sacrifice a little bit there too. But the goal is to, if you manage to create efficiency while not losing or retaining the quality of it, then you have to balance that out. But it also depends on which world of the economy do you live on. Because if you live in America and if they're hell bent on capitalism, then that's a really harsh challenge to compete with in terms of time. Because at the end of the day, if you think about the long term of time, then time is against everyone. but then yet we want to forget about time actually existing. But yeah, but capitalism kind of does make it worse on deadlines a little bit, but that's just how that economy works. Which is why some people will mostly likely struggle in the Western side to actually create something original, because the way how yeah, as I mentioned, I'm going to say capitalism again, because I mean there's other factors too, but I think slightly some of the way how economy influence how people create too in that, or feel like if they have the given time, which is most likely why most or more Americans would try to take the find the laid back, easy or laid back, easy, smart route to earn money, because um, most likely things that a lot of people just want to get things done fast, and it is basically an act of survival. But sometimes I do agree. I do agree. Taking time on this does feel good. But then again, uh, there's a certain point where if you spend over 3 weeks on the same piece, that's kind of not good in terms of time. But the quality, yes, the more time spent on it, the quality would be high. Yeah, one of those if you have a deadline. True. But there's also hard deadlines and soft deadlines. Soft deadlines are more like there is a deadline, but yet you don't actually have to be finished by the deadline. You can just be late on it for like a few days extra, because it's not really like an immediate you have to be done kind of thing. I mean, to be honest, if you want to think about like a sci-fi-ish way, life also has a deadline too. I mean, we don't know if, like, for example, um, I I'm definitely going to live tomorrow or and live next week, but it is unknown 2 weeks from now if some horrible accident will just kill me and you'll just never see me again, and you won't know. So, and it could be tomorrow, but maybe not. So it's like a wild luck and chance. So to me, it's just like, you know what? I don't know what's gonna happen to me tomorrow, so I might as well just take the time just to enjoy everything that I want to do. Yes, pretty much. Imagine every day is your last. Because there's a certain point that there's most people out there will probably get like caught up, well, or at least in a forced position that they kind of have no choice to live a certain style depending on where they live, and that's just pretty much it. Because if everything's like down to your throat, or anything that's like whatever situation you're in that may bog down or reduce the chances of half of the time. But currently for me, I'm kind of like in it. I am poor, but I do have at least a parent that's also have a supportive parent, so that's also a bonus. So that also leverages some like pros and cons and advantages that I can take advantage on something that I can do. So everyone's lives are different. That's what makes everything. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, definitely for sure. So that's lucky. But I love how deep this one went. Here, if you look, zoom up a little bit. Alright, anywho, I'll be right back just for like a couple minutes. I just gotta blow my nose again. Yeah, and I think since I've been streaming for more than 4 hours, so I think I might end it soon, but we'll see. doing a 24-hour stream. Oh, no, no, no. I'll be done in 7 minutes. No worries. But the progress is going well so far. Cool. I'm just laying out some black fill, so whenever it gets ready, I can just do some auto cross hatching at some point. This, I did have to do it manually on the eyes, so I made a decision on that. Are you still hoping that I'll do a 24-hour stream, Schmuckle? Because you keep bringing it up. Because that will never happen. Alright, I think I'm gonna end the stream from here. I'll continue this another time. And I think it's coming along really well so far, so that's good. So I think we got a lot done. For sure. For whatever reason, after when I know from deep down, like, alright, 4 hour stream or 4 hour 30 minutes, but after the 4 hour 30 minutes have passed, I feel the agility to know I need to keep going because I feel that like the strive like going. It's never enough or whatever. So, but I think this isn't about that totally, guys. I just need my mindset makes calm down a little bit. Like, oh yeah, I did a lot. It's good enough. But yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching. Peace.